conclude before he would ever be allowed to be rehired?
No, he cannot. It's my understanding, collective bargaining agreement, when somebody resigns and they're facing a disciplinary hearing and a disciplinary hearing's already been scheduled, can't come back.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I do.
Member Sharp?
Yeah, Chair, just asking the question, although we can't issue punishment, but our decision to sustain, are those still put in that file? Although we understand that he's terminated, but there's a jacket there. Does this get put in that jacket?
That stays in OPS records and
In OPS records, but not his.
Well, actually, I believe we sent it to case prep, so it would be in his file.
Can we just confirm that?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, anyone else have any questions, comments, concerns, statements for our investigator? Okay. Thank you, senior investigator. All right.
Okay. So the first new case on the agenda is going to be 24-0020. Plaintiff's name is Janelle Motley. That investigation was completed by Investigator Szymanski. It's going to be presented by Senior Investigator Boker.
The date of this incident was January 24th, 2024. The subject officers are Brian Peters, badge number 1300, and Ann Reynolds, badge number 1236. OPS received the complaint January 30th, 2024, and the allegations were unprofessional conduct and improper procedure against the two officers. The complainant alleged the officers spoke to her disrespectfully, failed to call out a supervisor upon her request, and threw down a light stick, a driveway marker, and did not provide their names or badge numbers. OPS recommends that the allegations be unfounded based on the WCS footage. The conduct that she complained of did not occur per the WCS footage. She had claimed the officers had refused to provide their names and badge numbers, but she never requested that information from the officers. The officers are only required to provide that information if requested. One of the officers did throw down a driveway reflector, but it was after he received it from her. She had it and he had taken control of it during the encounter and apparently discarded it. OPS again recommends for the unprofessional behavior conduct against the two officers that allegedly occurred on January 24th, 2024 be unfounded as the preponderance of evidence. Again, to include the officers, WCS supports the conduct did not occur. As for the unprofessional or the improper procedure against the two officers on or about January 24, 2024, OPS also recommends unfounded based on the WCS footage that shows the conduct did not occur.
All right. Thank you for that summary. Do any board members have any questions for our investigator? Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, discussion points that they'd like to bring up about this case? See, as one of our bridge cases, because of the WCS footage pretty much shows the entirety of the interaction. All right, hearing none, would anyone like to make any motions?
I'll make a motion.
All right, Member Willis.
I don't know. I wish we had my little cheat sheets that y'all gave us. Oh, you got it. Okay, in the case 2024-0020 with the complainant, Ms. Janelle Motley, for allegation A, unprofessional behavior / conduct regarding PO Brian Peters, badge number 1300, and Detective Ann Reynolds, badge number 1236. I'm saying, I think that we should go for, by the preponderance of the evidence, I'm saying this should be found unfounded because of the WCS footage shows that the conduct did not occur for allegation A.
Right, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by that member Parker the third. All right, we have a motion and a second for unfounded under allegation A. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
Okay, for the same case number, same complaint for allegation B, improper procedure for the same two officers. I'm also saying that we should go with unfounded for this as the preponderance of the evidence from the WCS footage says that the conduct did not occur.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded once again for allegation B. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by member Parker the third. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, move on to the next case.
Okay, next case is OPS 24-0069. Complainant's name is Abdullah Al-Rawashdah. This was investigated by Investigator Oak and will be presented by Senior Investigator Boker.
This incident occurred on March 25th, 2024, and the subject officer is Justin Thompson, badge number 362. This was a bridge report based on the evidence the WCS was able to provide information. We didn't need to interview the officer. This is a lack of service allegation against the officer. The complainant had called to report a vehicle theft, and the vehicle apparently also his wife's credit card was stolen. And while the officer was filling out the theft report, the complainant got a information that the credit card was being used. And the complainant's allegation was that he felt the officer should have immediately contacted dispatch and put out an alert. Based on the rules, the officer was required to take the report, and the information, the follow-up investigation would be handled by the Detective Bureau. He did collect the information about the information about where the card was reportedly used, and that was provided to the Detective Bureau, who followed up and responded to that location, obtained surveillance footage, and were able to make an arrest. Based on the manual rules of 1.08, which is the detective's responsibilities for conducting follow-up investigations, and manual rule 9.05, reporting information, the officer had complied with his responsibilities. Therefore, OPS recommends that the lack of service allegation against Officer Justin Thomas, badge number 362, be exonerated as a preponderance of evidence, including review of the officer's WCS, supports that his actions on March 25th, 2024 were consistent with the manual rules 1.08 and manual rule 9.05.
All right, thank you for that case presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Our senior investigator? Hearing none, does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, statements they'd like to make about this case?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure.
I mean, that's given that there is no discussion. Okay,
Seems like.
yeah. All right, so case number 2024-0069, allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service against P.O. Thompson, badge number 362. My motion is for exonerated based on the preponderance of evidence in that the P.O. officer was in accordance with Manual Rule 1.08 and 9.05. The officer did execute the required duties in that the officer collected information. So my recommendation is for exonerated.
We have a motion on the floor for exonerated. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by member Parker the third. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. That was the only one for that case. One thing I will say really quickly is that this is a good example to me of an exonerated finding versus an unfounded finding, because the complainant had an issue with the way that the officer performed their duties. But after looking through it, it wasn't that what the officer did was different from what the complainant said that the officer did, but the officer's actions were consistent with CDP requirements. I think oftentimes people feel like officers need to spring into action in a certain kind of way, depending on what's going on, and that's just not the protocol. There's a way that things have to be done, and the order has to be followed. But yeah, I just wanted to say I think this because we've talked about that multiple times, exonerated versus unfounded. So I appreciate it. All right, move on to the next case.
Okay, next case is 24-0102. Complainant's name is Teresa Pendergrass. It's going to be presented by Investigator Green.
They received is 5/6/24. The date of the incident occurred on May 4th, 2024. The subject officers are Sergeant Michael Bechtold, badge 9267, Patrol Officer Kevin Longstreet, badge number 2061, Patrol Officer Xavier Lynch, badge number 730, Patrol Officer Paul Riddell, badge number 1160, Patrol Officer Michael Kane, 2108, Patrol Officer Angelia Gaston, badge number 2294, Patrol Officer David Myers, badge number 2297, Patrol Officer Braden Jarrell, badge number 2096. The allegation is unprofessional behavior, lack of service, and missing property by the officers after they responded to her home for a person threatening with a firearm. Ms. Pendergrass further alleges that responding officers entered her residence without consent, were unprofessional, and allowed the victim's sisters to enter the residence to remove property. She states that after the officers left her home, she discovered her son's belongings and $500 in cash were missing. Based on the investigation of this citizen complaint, the Office of Professional Standards recommends allegation A, lack of service, be unfounded based upon WCS, Mayor Rules 4.03, 4.18, and General Police Order 5.11.03 supports the finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. The officers arrived to the location of the incident and facilitated the safe transfer of property between involved parties, and the victim was conveyed to the hospital for medical services. For allegation B, unprofessional conduct behavior, be unfounded based upon WCS and Manual Rules 5.02, 5.08, and 5.09 supports the finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. All responding CDP members were professional and courteous during their encounter with Ms. Pendergrass, Ms. Pendergrass's son, the victim, and community members that were observing the incident. For allegation C, OPS recommends an amended finding for missing property as unfounded, as a preponderance of the evidence supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. And we're going to reference General Police Order 6.01.01. The victim is Ms. Pendergrass's longtime partner. He had keys to the residence. He gave permission to the police officers at the location and his sisters to enter to retrieve his things. WCS does not show any denomination of money. There were 8 videos. It did not show a mattress. Ms. Pendergrass also alleges that her son's property was taken. During the exchange of property, As the women were, WCS shows that as the victim's sisters, there were two women, they were in possession of a red tote. Miss Pendergrass's son was able to, Miss Pendergrass's son, informed the women that that was his property and they returned it with no issue. Yeah, sorry about that. And that concludes this investigation. Sorry.
All right, thank you, Investigator Green, for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator?
I do.
Yep.
Investigator Green, was it Ms. Pendergast's assertion that the officers took the money?
She refused, she declined to have a recorded interview. She didn't know who had taken it. So it's like the officers remained in the front of the home. She told me during like our personal interview that her bedroom was in the back of the home, and like WCS shows all the officers were in the front of the home the entire time. So she said she didn't know who had taken her money, but that she had $500 missing, and that, she specifically mentioned that it was underneath her mattress.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So because when I first looked at that, it said insufficient, and I'm like, well, unless the WCS like blinked out while they were there, the WCS would show that they didn't take the money, so it would be what you came out to ultimately
Right.
unfounded.
Because like I went to the senior investigator for advice on that because it was insufficient, and that's why the finding is unfounded, because it's like at first my rationale was I couldn't prove that it happened, and then I conferred with him, and he was just like just it's unfounded at this
Right.
point because you watch the WCS and
Right.
there's nothing to be seen.
Right. Got it. That's all I got.
Yep. No, I think that's good analysis. Anyone else? Any other questions for our investigator? Right, hearing none. Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, or statements they would like to make about this case? Right, hearing none. Would anyone like to make any motions?
I'll take a crack at it. Case number 2024-0102, allegation A, lack of service, no service, against Sergeant Bick Holden, badge number 9267, P.O. Karn, badge number 2108, P.O. Gaston, badge number 2294, P.O. Jarrell, badge number 2076, P.O. Longstreet, badge number 2061, P.O. Lynch, badge number 730, P.O. Myers, badge number 2297, and P.O. Reynolds, badge number 1160. My recommendation is for unfounded based on the preponderance of evidence and the investigator's report and WCS footage, in that the officers were in accordance with Manual Rule 4.03, 4.18, and General Police Order 5.11.05. My recommendation is for unfounded.
Right, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded for allegation A. Can I get a second?
Second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
All right. Same case, 2024-0102, allegation B, unprofessional behavior conduct against Sergeant, I'll just spell it, Bechttold, badge number 9267, and P.O. Karn, badge number 2108, P.O. Gaston, badge number 2294, P.O. Jarrell, badge number 2076, and P.O. Longstreet, badge number 2061, P.O. Lawson, badge number 730, and P.O. Myers, badge number 2297. And finally, P.O. Reynolds, badge number 1160. My recommendation is for unfounded in that the officers were in accordance with GPO 6.01.01. My recommendation is for unfounded. One more.
We have a motion on the floor for unfounded for allegation B. Can I get a second?
Second that motion.
Seconded by member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Quick question, really quick before I do that. Since we're making, this is a legal question. So if we're making a motion for the same officers, can we say same officers or do you want us to list them still? Usually we do, but there's a long list here.
I would prefer that you still list them.
That's no problem. Go ahead.
Just
Yep.
bear with me there.
It's okay.
All right, so this is the last one. Same case though. 2024-0102. Allegation C, missing property against Sergeant Beechhold. BECHTOLD, badge number 9267. P.O. Corn, badge number 2108. P.O. Gaston, badge number 2294. P.O. Jarrell, badge number 2076. P.O. Longstreet, badge number 2061. P.O. Loxon, badge number 730. P.O. Myers, badge number 2297. And P.O. Reynolds, badge number 1160. My recommendation is for unfounded based on the preponderance of evidence and the WCS footage, investigators report, and that the officers were in accordance with GPO 6-01-01. My recommendation is for unfounded.
All right, we have a motion. We have a motion on the floor for unfounded for allegation C. Can I get a second?
Second that motion.
Seconded by member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, go on to the next case.
Okay, next case is 24-0134. Complainant's name is Alexis Prettyman. Investigation was completed by Investigator Smith and will be presented by Investigator Isaac.
OPS 2024-0134. On or about June 11th, 2024, the complainant, Ms. Alexis Prettyman, alleged unprofessional conduct behavior against Detective Bobby Sumlin, badge number 2153, saying he yelled at her for failing to pick up after her dog when the dog defecated on private property. She alleged bias policing against Detective Sumlin, saying he followed her home and sent her a court summons for the dog and multiple traffic citations. Detective Sumlin checked Ms. Prettyman's license and had already documented her name and address. For allegation A, bias policing against Detective Bobby Sumlin, badge number 2153, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, to include the officer's WCS, supports a finding the alleged conduct did occur but was consistent with CDP GPO 1.07.08. For allegation B, improper procedure, improper citation against Detective Bobby Sumlin, badge number 2153, OPS recommends a finding of sustained as the preponderance of the evidence, to include the court summons, supports a finding the alleged conduct did occur and was inconsistent with ORC 2935.26 and CDP GPOs 3.4.06, 3.4.14, and 8.2.03. For allegation C, unprofessional conduct behavior against Detective Bobby Sumlin, badge number 2153, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, to include the officer's WCS, supports a finding the alleged conduct occurred but was consistent with CDP manual rules 5.01, 5.08, 5.09, and CDP GPO 1.01.03. With that, I'll take questions.
I have one question.
Sure.
So was he, at the time of the incident, was he acting as a security guard for St. Martin or a CDP officer?
Check that. He was working as a security officer at a local high school. Because he was employed there is what his statement says. He was employed at the local high school. It's not clear from his statement.
So if he was employed there as a security guard at the time, not working as a police officer, could he issue a ticket?
Say it again. I didn't catch that.
If he was a security guard, but not working as a CDP officer at that time, could he have still issued her a ticket?
That's a good question. I think so.
I would believe so, yeah.
Yes.
Can
That's
you
it.
issue a ticket and you off duty?
Yeah.
That is a great question.
I
Can
mean,
you
because we,
can you issue a ticket while you're off duty?
Yeah,
He's
legally
under.
you can.
Yeah.
It's not common, but you can.
Okay. Well.
so then, I'm sorry, Glenn, I'm just following up on your question.
Oh.
So then, is that CPD policy though? Because I would say we do always hold them to the standard that they are always a Cleveland police officer no matter what. But can they execute certain duties while not officially on duty? And is that required? Well,
I don't know the answer to off the top of my head.
Well, I mean, I think if they're allowed to issue the tickets, I don't know that there's anything. Well, I really don't know. I don't know if there's anything that specifically says that they're not allowed to. They're like when they're not on duty. It seems like they are allowed to issue tickets even if they're not on duty.
but see, allowed to and required is two different.
Well, I don't think he's required to, but he did it. So it's not like he
Yeah.
didn't do it, and we're
Yeah.
trying to see if he was supposed to.
Yeah.
He did it, and as long as we're trying to make sure he was allowed to do it,
Got it.
which it seems like he was allowed to do it.
Yeah.
Now we have a potential sustained finding because of the way that he served the
Mhm.
ticket. But it seems like he was allowed to issue the ticket.
Shouldn't we find out for sure though? I mean,
So
Well, I mean, dog, you get pretty.
legally, he's allowed to give a ticket. No one is ever required to, right? Because
okay,
even when you're on duty, you don't have to issue a ticket.
okay.
So at the end of the day, he was allowed to and chose to, which is legally fine.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
There were looking through and this is a different question. It seems like there were multiple interactions between this officer, this detective, and the complainant, right? And do we have multiple body cams, or is there just? Am I misinterpreting that?
Well, yeah, because Jermaine did he did the analysis of the WCS.
I'm going to say that he was actually on duty because he had WCS on. Officers that are off duty don't.
Well, but
don't
if he
have
was-
WCS on.
If he was acting under was that secondary employment, he'd still have to wear it, right?
No, they're not required to wear
Oh
WCS.
no, not during secondary. Okay, okay.
So I would say he was on
So
duty.
he was probably on duty anyway because there is WC. Okay.
You do not wear WCS on when they're doing secondary employment.
Okay. Yeah, because it says, but going back to my original question, there's a section of the complaint where complainant says that the detective met her at the school. This is after the initial interaction, and after she said she walked to St. Martin de Porres High School and reported the detective's actions to the school principal. Detective Sumlin met her at the school, and she yelled because of his comment, "Wait till I get off work." Did we ask him about this interaction? Is that on body cam?
I'm reviewing his statement. Give me one moment, please. So according to his statement, he had a face-to-face interaction with her about the dog. And then afterwards, she drove past him and approached him in her vehicle. That's what his statement is.
So basically, he's saying that this other interaction that allegedly happened at St. Martin did not.
The way I'm interpreting his statement is she approached him in the vehicle and that's when he ran her license. Was after the interaction about the dog.
So just for clarification, he
Yeah.
actually had 3 interactions with her.
Yeah.
He had told her about the dog.
The
Then
dog,
She went
he drove
home.
up and then he mailed the citations.
And then but there was a third.
No, there's
interaction
another
inside the
interaction.
school.
If you go back up to the complaint at the beginning of the report,
There's 3 of them.
under civilian statements and then under complainant,
There's that.
He talked to her about the dog. Then she went home and got her car and she drove past him. That's when he
Right.
ran the plate. And then the third interaction was she came up to the school because she was upset and was talking to
Yes.
somebody at the school, but she joined in on the conversation. I think it was him joining in. I don't think-
you see the paragraph we're talking about?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah, so do we have any, I mean, did we at all ask him questions about that interaction or?
So. I'm looking at his WCS review. And all his review shows is they talked about the multiple ordinance violations. Unfortunately, the video is not downloaded, so I did not get a chance to review it. It was summarized by Investigator Smith.
Well, I mean, and theoretically, it would be a different video anyway. I don't know how that works on the IT side of things, but this would be a different interaction, right? Because presumably this is later. So yeah, there's the 9 a.m. situation that happened with the dog. But then later, it seems like she goes to the high school, makes a complaint.
Which, if he's working at the school, at that point, is his WCS on? We don't know that.
Right. My question was whether or not we asked him about it at all, because there's no indication whether
It doesn't
this
appear from what
happened
I see.
at all, because she's saying he made a comment of wait until I get off work, and that seemed to be part of what upset her. And then she said she was unaware that Detective Sumlin was a member of CDP until he showed his badge and entered an interaction. I think maybe that part can probably be disproven by the body cam footage and by that interaction. But I mean, there is a whole comment that she's alleging happened, a whole other interaction that she's alleging happened that it seems like
And
we
from what I
didn't-
was able to review, I don't have a good answer for
Yeah.
that. It doesn't appear that it was addressed in the interview.
Okay. I don't know how you guys think we should handle that. There seems to be another interaction here that we didn't ask the detective about.
I feel like if the question of if the comment was made or evidence about the comment being made was not asked during the interview, it could be a determining factor in which the complainant filed the form in the first place. So personally, I would be in support of tabling, given that it's the comment that holds like the primary issue. But again, I'm open to thoughts.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree. I mean, especially since it seemed like she had a specific quote of what he said. I mean, I'd be interested to know if this interaction occurred at all, because it's just not clear. And then there'd be follow-up questions about, okay, if this interaction occurred, what was the context? Because did this detective go meet her at the school, which is what the allegation is, right? So if there was a situation where it is as she claims, which is that she went up to the school, reported him to the principal, then he shows up, and then he said, wait till I get off work, which caused some sort of contentious interaction. it's a pertinent question to know whether he was or was not on the clock, basically.
Yeah.
Because if he was, then there should have been body cam footage. I know we probably won't be able to get it at this point, but I think we should at least know whether or not that happened.
Agreed.
I agree with that.
I agree.
I think, how can I say this? I guess doing the due diligence of asking would be beneficial outside of not having the, I guess, the body cam footage. It will come down to a he said, she said. So would that put us back in the same position?
Maybe, but we don't know what he's gonna say, and I think that's the thing. Like the officer could walk in and say, "Yeah, I absolutely showed up. Absolutely said wait until I get off work because I was frustrated." Right? We've had officers who come in, and it may seem far-fetched to us that somebody would walk in and admit that, but honestly, if you're being an honest person and that's what the interaction occurred, then we should allow the officer the opportunity to say that. Now, if the officer goes in and says none of this happened, or yes, I showed up, but it wasn't a contentious thing, I just told her, hey, look, it was, it was what it was, then yes, at that point we may be in a similar position of not having enough information, but at least we can say that we turned over the rock and examined it, because there is a whole kind of third interaction here. Okay. I move that we table case number 2024-0134 for further investigation, specifically into the interaction between the complainant and Detective Sumlin that allegedly occurred at St. Martin de Porres High School, in which complainant allegedly reported Detective Sumlin to the school principal, and then Detective Sumlin arrived and made a comment to complainant. So I'd like for OPS to further investigate that. So again, my motion is to table case number 2024-0134 for further investigation.
Second the motion.
Take a second for Member Miller. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, so we'll table that. Yeah, I mean, whatever you guys can find. I get that there just might not be, body cam or anything like that, but I think we feel more comfortable at least knowing that we've asked them about this interaction. Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Our next case is 24-0157. Complainant's name is Vivekya Garner, and this will be presented by Investigator Eisen.
OPS 2024-0157. The complainant, Ms. Vivekya Garner, alleged a lack of service against Patrol Officer John Marinchek, badge number 1775, and Patrol Officer Samuel Ortiz, badge number 102. She, quote, felt like she had to beg for a report after calling about a dispute with a neighbor over allegedly stealing water. Officer Ortiz had minimal interaction with some of the neighbors nearby. Officer Marinchek took down Ms. Garner's information and walked around with Ms. Garner to capture her concerns on his WCS. For allegation A, lack of service against Officer PO John Marinchek, badge number 1775, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, to include the officer's WCS in the incident report, supports a finding that the alleged conduct occurred and was consistent with CDP Manual Rule 4.18. For allegation A, lack of service against Patrol Officer Samuel Ortiz, badge number 102, OPS recommends a finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, to include the officer's WCS, supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. No, that'll take questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Investigator Eisen? Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, or statements they'd like to make about the case? Would anyone like to make any motions?
I can make some motions here. Case number 2024-0157. Allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service against P.O. Ortiz, badge number 102. My recommendation is for unfounded based on the preponderance of evidence and the investigator's report, in that the P.O. was in accordance with Manual Rule 4.18. My recommendation is for unfounded.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded for allegation A. Can I get a second?
That motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
All right, case number 2024-0157, allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service against P.O. Monchek, badge number 1775. My recommendation is for exonerated based on the preponderance of evidence, based on, and the investigator's report in that the P.O. is in accordance with Manual Rule 4.18. My recommendation is for exonerated.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a motion that has been seconded by Member Moore for exonerated.
Sound like you want to offer a friendly amendment.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Guess not.
Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, next case is gonna be 24-0162. Complainant's name is Terry Austin. Investigation was completed by Investigator Oak and will be presented by Senior Investigator Boker.
The date of this incident was August 26, 2022. The subject officer is Detective Tony Gonzalez, badge number 112. OPS received this complaint July 7, 2024. The complaint is the complainant was arrested and his vehicle was taken into custody, and he alleges that the vehicle was damaged. He specifically noted damage to the wheel well, glove compartment, passenger door, and he alleges this damage occurred while the car was in leased possession. And he believes it was due to improper handling by law enforcement. WCS footage and tow supplement records reflect that the detective complied with GPO 6.03.01, which is vehicle tow and release, requiring officers to document the vehicle condition at the time of tow, and GPO 6.03.02 vehicle processing. The damages alleged by the complainant were already noted and were recorded by Detective Gonzalez during his on-scene 360-degree walk-around. There was no evidence found that indicated that any Cleveland Division member caused any additional damage. Therefore, OPS recommends a finding of unfounded against the allegation of property damage against the Detective Gonzalez as a preponderance of evidence, including his WCS and tow documentation, supports that the alleged conduct did not occur and the officer complied with GPO 6.03.01 and 6.03.02.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Senior Investigator Boker? All right, does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts about this case that they'd like to address? All right, would anyone like to make any motions?
I'll do that.
All right, thank you.
In case number 2024-0162 regarding allegation A, property damage against Detective Tony Gonzalez, badge number 112. My motion is that it be unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including the WCS and the tow report that listed all the damage when the car was towed, indicates that there was no further damage to the car while it was in police custody. Therefore, my motion is for unfounded.
All right, we have a motion for unfounded for allegation A. Can I get a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Parker III. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, move on to the next case.
Okay, next case is OPS 24-0285. Complainant's name is Derek Estvalik. And This will be presented by Investigator Green.
Mr. Esvig alleges unprofessional conduct and behavior, bias policing, and lack of service on November 6, 2024 by CDP Officer Samuel Ortiz, badge number 102, as he responded to a 3-car motor vehicle accident on Waterloo Road in Cleveland, Ohio. Mr. Esvig states that P.O. Ortiz displayed bias towards him by speaking Spanish to a Hispanic male he believed was responsible for causing the accident, and the crash report connected to the incident arrived 9 weeks after the date. OPS recommends a finding of allegation A, unprofessional conduct and behavior against Patrol Officer Samuel Ortiz be unfounded based upon WCS Manual Rules 5.01 supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. Officer Ortiz's behavior during his interaction with Mr. Esvig was courteous and professional. Allegation B, bias policing against Patrol Officer Samuel Ortiz, badge number 102, be unfounded based on WCS Manual Rules 3.12. General Police Order 1.07.08, bias-free policing supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. Patrol Officer Ortiz is justified in noting that Unit 2 driver, Mr. Derek Esvig, as the unit in error on the OH1 crash report with statements provided by Mr. Esvig and the driver of Unit 1. There is also no evidence to support that Officer Ortiz showed bias during this investigation. In his complaint, Mr. Esvig states that Patrol Officer Ortiz displayed bias by speaking Spanish to the Hispanic male responsible for causing the accident. Officer Ortiz only spoke Spanish to the driver of the tow truck that came to retrieve the vehicle of the Unit 1 driver. On September 23rd, 2025 at 10:26 a.m., OPS had the conversation that occurred between Patrol Officer Ortiz and Xavier, the tow truck driver, that they spoke in Spanish at minute 58 through 1 minute and 58 minutes and 1 hour and 4 minutes. The representative I spoke with, name was Ivan, and he stated that he did not identify any speech or conversation between the parties consisting of information that consisted of information for Mr. Derek Esvig, and the entirety of the conversation remained unrelated to the traffic incident. As for allegation 3, lack of service against Patrol Officer Samuel Ortiz, badge number 102, being founded as the preponderance of the evidence to include the officer's WCS and General Police Order 8.01.02. Patrol Officer Ortiz provided Mr. Esvig with the crash report number, which is consistent with General Police Order 8.01.02, traffic accident report supplements and violation enforcement. The OH1 traffic crash report 2024-226-398 dated November 6, 2024 included supplements. It was added into the Ohio Department of Public Safety Ohio Crash Report Retrieval System on December 4th, 2024. That concludes this investigation. Any questions?
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, or thoughts they would like to make about this case? Okay, I think I want to make the motions on this one, unless somebody else wants to. First, I will make one comment. We have 2 different spellings of this complainant's name, one in the report and one on the agenda. Can we just make sure that it's consistent?
So his last name is Estvik.
Okay.
Estvvaik. His first name is Derek.
On the report, they have it, Estvalik.
Right. Okay. So we'll just make that change in the agenda, just for records purposes. Okay. With that, in OPS case number 2024-0285 for Officer Samuel Ortiz, badge number 102, regarding allegation A of unprofessional behavior, unprofessional conduct, in alleged violation of Manual Rule 5.01, I move for a finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and written reports, establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur.
Second.
Seconded by Member Saganovich. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case, 2024-0285. Same officer, Samuel Ortiz, badge number 102. This is regarding allegation B for biased policing and alleged violation of manual rule 3.12, GPO 1.07 points, and GPO 1.07.08. I'm going to actually move for finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur and that Officer Ortiz did speak to one of the witnesses there on the scene in Spanish, but that conduct was still carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in Manual Rule 3.12 and GPO 1.07.08. So include that we had a translator listen to the body cam footage and determine that no biased language or biased topics were discussed. So with that, my motion is for exonerated for allegation B.
I second the motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case, 2024-0285. Same officer, Officer Samuel Ortiz, badge number 102. This is for allegation C of lack of service, no service, an alleged violation of GPO 8.01.02 regarding the delay of the report. I move for a finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including written reports and interviews, establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur as the report was written and submitted and completed by December 12th after the November 6th event. And also the complainant was given a copy of the report number. And so with that, my motion is for unfounded for allegation C. Can I get a second?
I second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, let's move to the next case.
Okay, next case is going to be 24-028. Complainant's name is Catherine Toth. The investigation was completed by Investigator Oak and will be presented by Investigator Lampton.
Case number 2024-2088, complainant Catherine Toth. Allegation A, bias policing. The subject officers are Patrol Officer Michael Coleman, badge number 477. Patrol Officer Jason Santana, badge number 2012. On 11/18/2024, Mrs. Toth states, Patrol Officer Coleman and Santana exhibited biased behavior toward her when they refused to inform her of the conversation held with her neighbor, nor did they exhibit the same courtesy to her as they did her neighbors, whom she states are homophobic, racist, hate-filled, and threatened her life. Per WCS video review, while addressing the dispute between Mrs. Toth and her neighbor, Mr. Malave, who she states was screaming at her and blowing leaves, Patrol Officer Santana spoke with Mr. Malave and asked whether he had the landscape workers purposely blow leaves toward Mrs. Toth to cause distress, which Mr. Malave denied. Patrol Officer Coleman captured statement from the landscapers and the homeowner to acquire their side of the story, which they informed of their history with Mrs. Toth. Patrol Officer Santana informed Patrol Officer Coleman of Mrs. Toth's request to come over to tell her what he was speaking about with her neighbor and landscapers, which he remarked that he would not go tell Ms. Toth what they were speaking about because it was not her concern. In both officers' efforts to work with the involved parties to come to a peaceful resolution, Mrs. Toth was providing an explanation of the process of following up with the prosecutor, and patrol officers Santana and Coleman continued to listen to Mrs. Toth's voicing her her frustrations while exhibiting a polite and professional decorum toward her. Based on the investigation of the citizen's complaint for the incident which occurred on 11/18/2024, the Office of Professional Standards recommends allegation A, bias policing against Patrol Officer Coleman, badge 477, and Patrol Officer Santana, badge number 2012, to be unfounded, as the preponderance of the evidence, to include the officer's WCS, supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur and the officers were complying with CDP GPO 1.07.08. Thank you, and are there any questions?
All right, Investigator Lamkin, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? All right, hearing none, does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, or thoughts they'd like to express about this case? All right, would anyone like to make a motion?
I can.
All right.
Case number 2024-0288. Allegation A, bias policing against P.O. Coleman, badge number 477, and P.O. Santana, badge number 2012. My recommendation is for unfounded, based on the preponderance of evidence in that the officers were in accordance with GPO 1.07.08, and that the officers executed their duties by listening to the complainant and hearing the complainant out. My recommendation is for unfounded.
All right, we have a motion for unfounded for allegation A. Can we get a second?
I second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. The next case.
Next case is 24-0299. Plaintiff's name is Stephanie Chestnut. This will be presented by Investigator Eisen.
OPS 2024-0299. On December 20th, 2024, the complainant, Ms. Stephanie Chestnut, alleged a lack of service, no service, and missing damaged property against Sergeant Teresa Gomez, badge number 9135. She alleged she was not made aware of a change to the detective on the case of her son's homicide and was unable to retrieve his truck before it was destroyed. Sergeant Gomez said cases are assigned to a team. When one of the initial detectives left CDP after being assigned her son's case, the other detectives stayed on the case. This was told to Ms. Chestnut. The truck was taken for evidentiary processing. The standard letter was sent out in a timely manner. The vehicle was not picked up within the allotted time. That'll take questions. Nope, I realized I did. Allegation A, lack of service against Sergeant Teresa Gomez, badge number 9135. OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as a preponderance of the evidence to include Sergeant Gomez's interview. Supports finding the alleged conduct did occur, but was consistent with CDP Manual Rule 4.18. For allegation B, missing damaged property against Sergeant Teresa Gomez, badge number 9135. OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence to include Ms. Chestnut's statements supports the finding the alleged conduct did occur, but was consistent with ORC 2981.11. That, I'll take questions. Yes, sir.
Question. Once the vehicle comes out of investigation phase, I'll just use that. What's the procedure to notify the owner to come and get it?
So they get a letter sent out to pick it up within, I believe it's 30 days. And at that point, Ms. Chestnut had left the state. And so the last address they had on file is where they sent it. So she didn't come back for like 6 months and couldn't get the truck, which also had his belongings in it.
Okay. So just assuming it would have been on the complainant, if I know I'm going out of town, I know I got this card, it's in, I got to tell you my address has changed or whatever.
I don't know if that's what the procedure is or not. I can't give you an answer to that.
No, my assumption is.
Well, that's
it
the
would be
de facto what it, I mean, the
Right.
city's only obligation is to send you notice
to
at the last known
that's right.
address based on, I believe your like BMV record.
I think Ms. Lampkin had a.
So just to support, the city, they do send out a notice. But after 30 days, they scrap, after 30 days of no receiving back, they have to scrap it because of the backlog of the lots.
Yeah.
And they also send out certified notices to the property owner regarding, you have a certain amount of time, and they can also ask for an extension.
So there were two notices sent out, one to the owner of the car and then one to the owner of the property? Or no?
She did not clarify. She said she never received anything.
Well, yeah, she was.
But,
Yeah,
but
like
we
her-
have record.
Her initial complaint was she wanted to know who the police sent the notices to,
Uh-huh.
which they're just gonna send whatever the address is on file.
Got it. Okay.
Um,
All right.
as a matter of procedure,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to note that this report was approved by our former interim administrator, Traxler. The reason why I'm saying that is because Michael Hess is mentioned in the facts of this case because he was at some point reached out to, not in his current capacity as OPS administrator, but back in his capacity as assistant law director. So I just wanted to put that on the record that he was not involved in the review or investigation of this case at all. I don't want anybody to, ask for this, look at it, they see Mike's name there, and they're like, "Hey, what's going on?" So this is completely separate, and this is from before he was OPS interim administrator. Okay. With that, does anybody have any other questions for Investigator Eisen? Any other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns about the case in general? Anyone want to make? Okay, would anyone like to make any motions? All right, I will make the motions. In case number 2024-0299, for officers, or Sergeant Teresa Gomez, badge number 9135. For allegation A of lack of service, no service, and alleged violation of manual rule 4.18. Move for finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur in that the vehicle was towed and was ultimately destroyed. However, the conduct that was carried out was in alignment with the standards of Manual Rule 4.18 and other GPOs and manual rules, because the complainant was notified at their last known address. So with that, my motion is for exonerated. It's for exonerated.
I second.
Seconded by Member Parker III. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain, I just arrived.
We have one abstention from Member Gatton. Also let the record reflect that Member Gatton has joined us. All right, with that motion still carries. So same case, 2024-0299, same officer, Sergeant Teresa Gomez, badge number 9135. This is for allegation B for missing property, an alleged violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2981.11, Section AI, and 202981.13. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur. However, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in those aforementioned revised codes, as well as manual rules and GPOs, as I stated in my previous motion. So again, this motion is for exonerated for allegation B.
I second that.
Seconded by Member Parker III. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
One abstention from member Gatton, same rationale. And that motion carries. All right, so move to the next case.
Next case is 24-0301. Complainant's name is Eileen Joyce. This investigation was completed by Investigator Oak and will be presented by Senior Investigator Bunker.
The complaint in this case is a lack of service complaint. It's against Theo Jonathan Barker. 985. The complaint was filed with OPS on December 19th, 2024. It stems from a vehicle accident that occurred on November 21st, 2024, in which Officer Barker, responded. He was required to fill out an OH1 accident report. And the complainant filed the complaint on December 19th via email, alleging that he did not fill out the OH1 report in a timely manner. OPS's investigation revealed that he did in fact file the OH1 accident report on the date of November 21st, 2024, the date of the accident. However, the report was not finalized on the public safety website until December 20th, 2024. There's a processing time that once you file a report, it goes through the system, but he did what he was supposed to do. Actually, when we interviewed the complainant on January 13th, 2025, she acknowledged she had a report and she didn't want to pursue the complaint any further. But once she filed the complaint, we had to proceed with it. OPS is recommending the allegation of lack of service against Theo Jonathan Barker, badge number 985, be unfounded, as he did comply with GPO 8.1.02 and manual rules 4.03 and 9.08.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator?
I do.
All right, one question. Member Gatton?
Mr. Boker, can you help us understand? In this case, it is the delay from the time the report was done, which was done a day or two after the accident, of 1 month before it's in the system, which caused the complainant an issue with an insurance company saying we can't do anything without a report, I believe is the crux of the issue. What takes place in that month that is missed? It seems like it shouldn't take a month for that to end up on the site, because this doesn't seem like it's an incredibly complex accident scene. It wasn't like a like 15-car accident with, multiple injuries, et cetera. This seemed like it was, in terms of an accident, relatively straightforward. So what's to me, something's gone wrong or not done well there.
I'm trying to recall if this was, because at one point, CDP was doing hard copy reports, hard copy. They were not doing computerized reports. And the hard copy report would go to their supervisor. They had a log that it was submitted. And then it would go downtown and be reviewed to make sure everything was okay. And then it would be uploaded to the website. So I'm not sure if this falls into that time frame. Now the process is it's filed electronically. So the officer files it electronically, and they make sure there's certain things like there's a lot of checks and balances, like do they have the right location? Is the GPO or the GPS coordinates correct? Is there something unclear about the description? Is there some block? So there is a little bit of a review. It goes faster now, I believe, than what it used to. I also found out that if I don't believe it was in this case, but if the police respond to an accident on the scene and they fill out an OH1 report, that does eventually end up on the state's website. However, if you're in an accident and the two parties exchange their information and they go to the district and file the report, that does not get forwarded to the Ohio Department of Public Safety. It only resides with the Accident Records Division. So there is a little difference there. I am guessing by the volume that's part of the reason why this takes that period of time, just the processing. But they are required, at one point they had to fill out a log. Now, if we get a complaint that, oh, so-and-so didn't fill out the report in a timely manner, we actually have to ask CDP to go into the electronic system and find out when they started the report. And it'll actually show he started the report, but it got kicked back and then it got resubmitted, and we can actually see the back and forth going. So I hope that answers your question. It was you asked me what time it was and I told you how to make a watch.
Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. I appreciate that. I was just wondering if there was a problem in the system that continued. It seems like perhaps because it's electronic, it might not. And I'm not using that delay because it doesn't look like it was because of the officer's actions. So I'm not casting dispersions on the officer in this case. I just was more interested in the process of why did it take so long? Thank you.
And I would think insurance companies are familiar with, how long it takes. So.
Yeah, my question was gonna be, are citizens given notice of how long this can take? I mean, our officers letting people know at the scene, like, hey, look, these reports can take up to 6 weeks to come back. So that way, at least somebody in the complainant's position knows this might take up to 6 weeks, as opposed to thinking, hey, I can go down to the precinct next week and get something.
My experience has been, they usually say, hey, this is not going to be available tomorrow. Check back. I don't think they tell them 6 weeks because they expect it to go, for the most part, it's supposed to go pretty fast. But they know it's got to go through, the process. I think it goes faster now that everything's electronic.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for our senior investigator? Any other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns about the case in general that anyone would like to discuss? All right, would anyone like to make a motion?
I can.
Okay.
Case number 2024-0301, allegation A, lack of service, no service against P.O. Baker, badge number 985. My recommendation is for exonerated based on the preponderance of evidence and the investigative report, in that the officer submitted a report and the officer was in accordance with Manual Rule 4.03, 9.08, and GPO 8.01.02. My recommendation is for exonerated.
All right, we have a motion for exonerated for allegation A. Can I get a second?
A second.
Seconded by Member Parker III. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, we can move on to the next case.
Next case is OPS 24-0301. Sorry, 0302. The complainant's name is Diamond Gant. This was also investigated by Investigator Oak and will be presented by Investigator Boker.
First off, I'd like to note that on the agenda, this case, the allegation it says it's against P.O. Jonathan Barker. It's actually against P.O. James Carville, EL, badge number 1727. The rest of the information on the agenda appears correct. This is a allegation of lack of service. The complainant was the victim of a shooting. And she filed a complaint. The shooting occurred May 30th, 2024. Actually, her husband, or yes, her husband was the victim. The complainant, Diamond Gant, filed a complaint with OPS on December 20th, 2024, alleging that Officer Carville provided insufficient service to her husband, I believe, due to there not being arrest made after he was shot. OPS did an investigation and found that Officer Carville did in fact provide service. He conducted a thorough investigation that included evidence and interviews, and information was presented to the prosecutor's office, which issued no papers due to there being insufficient evidence. OPS recommends, based upon preponderance of evidence, an exonerated finding for lack of service, in that the officer did comply with GPO 5.8.04. He investigated the scene, collected shell casings, generated a report, did a community canvass. He also abided by General Division Manual Rules 4.18 and 9.01.
All right, thank you, Senior Investigator, for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for our Senior Investigator?
Just have one quick question. Was the complaint outside the 6 months? The incident was what, May 30th, and the complaint wasn't until December, right? Am I right? Or am I-
It's pretty close.
Yes,
Well, I
it's
guess
off by a couple weeks.
I guess the other question would be, when does the clock technically start for insufficient or end for insufficient evidence? If the point that she's making is that the investigation was incomplete, or is it just that you didn't make the arrest that day?
I'm sorry. Is the question, was it filed within the 6-month window for OPS?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
For discipline.
It's from the date of the incident, which would have been May 30th. That was conceivably, he wanted an arrest. That would be the start of the clock. So 6 months from that period to December 20th. Yeah, that is in excess of 6 months.
That'll be
So
outside of
the
6 months.
collective bargaining agreement would apply.
Just wanted to clarify that.
And that would mean if the board was so inclined to sustain something, there would be no, the only thing that could happen would be a letter of re-instruction.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions for our Senior Investigator? All right, hearing none, does anyone have any questions, comments, thoughts, concerns about this case in general? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I can do that.
All right, thank you.
In case number 2024-0302, regarding allegation A, lack of service, no service, in regards to police officer James Crivel, badge number 1727. My motion is exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS reports, the investigation indicate that the officer was in compliance with GPO 5.08, 5.4, Manual Rule 4.18, Manual Rule 9.01, and that he did do a full investigation and completed his report timely.
All right, we have a motion for exonerated for allegation A. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Sharp. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, move on to the next case.
Next case is OPS 25-0263. Complainant's name is Karen Brown. This will be presented by Investigator Koenig.
Hi, everybody. The officers in this are Patrol Officer James English, badge number 336, and Patrol Officer Cal Thomas, badge number 1585. The allegations include lack of service and unprofessional behavior and a WCS violation. On 12/18/2025, Karen Brown filed a complaint against Patrol Officer James English, badge number 336, and Patrol Officer Cal Thomas, badge number 1585, alleging unprofessional behavior, lack of service, and they did not activate their WCS. She specifically alleges that officers used language that was rude or racist, and they threatened to handcuff and arrest Ms. Brown. She also alleges they failed to intervene when she was verbally threatened by another person, and they did not have their WCS activated. Review of the WCS footage from December 17th, 2025 shows the officers kept the peace and prevented further fighting at the complainant's residence while waiting for the uncle to pick up Mrs. Brown's daughter. The WCS footage also shows the officers did not turn off their WCS, and there was no derogatory, racist, or threatening language observed coming from the officers. Based on the investigation of this citizen complaint, the Office of Professional Standards recommends for allegation A, unprofessional behavior against Patrol Officer James English, badge 336, and Patrol Officer Cal Thomas, badge 1585, be unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, specifically the WCS footage, supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur on December 17th, 2025, and the officers' actions were consistent with Manual Rule 5.1. Allegation B, lack of service against Patrol Officer James English, badge 336, and Patrol Officer Cal Thomas, badge 1585, be unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, specifically WCS footage, supports a finding that the officers did provide service and were consistent with Manual Rule 4.11. And allegation C, the WCS violation against Patrol Officer James English, badge 336, and Patrol Officer Cal Thomas, badge 1585, be unfounded, as the preponderance of the evidence, specifically WCS footage, supports a finding that the alleged conduct of turning off the WCS did not occur on December 17, 2025, and the officers' actions were consistent with GPO 4.06 on the wearable camera systems, which requires officers to activate their WCS during calls for service. This includes the investigation. Any questions?
All right, thank you for that presentation. Is this your first presentation?
I'm sorry,
Well,
what?
Totally is.
I asked if this was your first presentation.
Yeah. Well, virtually, I've done them, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
Happy to have you.
Thank you. I am too.
All right. Does anybody have any questions for our investigator?
I do.
All right, Member Sharp.
So investigator, what was Complainant Brown's rationale to determine that WCS was turned off?
Didn't really state, she just said that they turned it off so that, so that they would not have all of what happened on WCS. So I can't really determine what she would have assumed happened if they turned off their WCS, because I didn't see them turn it off, so.
Okay. Also, specifically, the complaint mentioned racist terms or remarks. What were those specifically, or did she indicate?
I did not hear any racist remarks.
What was her account?
I'm sorry, what?
What was her account of the
Her
racist?
account was that they were rude to her. What had happened was a fight sort of ensued, and she was trying to get outside to basically, I guess, fight this person. And the police officers were stopping her, and were telling her, this, and the officer actually had to physically sort of push her back a little bit and, told her to calm down and this and that. And I think that's where she found them to be rude, because they were kind of firm about it, just firm about it. It seems like they've maybe have dealt with her before.
But the allegation specifically of racist remarks can result in an officer's termination.
Mhm.
So I was really interested in what were the actual remarks by the accounting of complainant Brown?
She only
Specific-
said that there were racist remarks.
But no specific
specifics
terminology,
that
and
I
then
know.
obviously WCS didn't catch
Yeah.
it. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for our investigator? Any other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns related to this case? Anybody want to talk about? All right, would anyone like to make any motions? I will make,
You want?
it's up to you.
It's up to you. Ken?
You can make the motion.
Okay, I'll go. Case number 2025-0263. Allegation A, unprofessional behavior conduct against P.O. English, badge number 336, and P.O. Thomas, badge number 1585. My recommendation is for unfounded, based on preponderance of evidence and WCS footage, the investigators' report, in that the two POs were in accordance with Manual Rule 0.01. My recommendation is for unfounded.
All right, we have a motion. We have a motion for unfounded for allegation A. Can I get a second?
Second that motion.
Seconded by member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
All right, same case, 2025-0263, allegation B, lack of service, insufficient service against P.O. English, badge number 336, and P.O. Thomas, badge number 1585. My recommendation is for unfounded, based on the preponderance of evidence, and that the officers actually, in my view, engaged in de-escalation tactics by keeping the party separated. And officers went in accordance with Manual Rule 4.11. My recommendation is for unfounded.
We have a motion for unfounded for allegation B. Can I get a second?
Second that motion.
Seconded by member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
All right, same case, 2025-0263, allegation C, WCS violation. My recommendation is, against P.O. English, badge number 336, and P.O. Thomas, badge number 1585. My recommendation is for unfounded, based on the preponderance of evidence and the actual WCS footage that indicates WCS was actually on, and that the two POs were in accordance with GPO 4.06, 0.054. My recommendation is for unfounded.
All right, we have a motion for unfounded as it relates to allegation C. Can I get a second?
Before the second, my own friendly amendment, I want to add in that the conduct did not occur. The alleged conduct did not occur because WCS was on. So
I second that motion.
All right, that motion has been moved and properly seconded by member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, move on to the next case.
Next case is OPS 26-0012. Plaintiff's name is Sally Davis. Investigation was completed by Investigator Schwark and will be presented by Senior Investigator Boker.
The date of this incident was January 9th, 2026. The allegations are unprofessional behavior, conduct, and an improper procedure against Officer Robert Mason, batch number 1. I received this complaint January 30th. The allegations were made by the complainant. She was not present during her husband's interaction with the officer. Unprofessional conduct was he cursed at her husband, harassed him, and then improperly. ACS from the incident reflects the vehicle was improperly parked. There have been complaints about the vehicle, and the officer had given his husband several opportunities to move the vehicle over a period of time, which he asked for one more occasion to move the vehicle. The officer declined and had the vehicle towed. There was no conduct that the alleged cursing did not occur based on the evidence. Therefore, is making the recommendation of behavior conduct as well as the improper procedure. Violations of the mandate outcome of the law. He unfound as proponents of evidence facilitated officers WCS. Was not occur.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Senior Investigator Boger? Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, or thoughts about this case overall that they'd like to discuss? I will note again, I know that you mentioned this in the presentation, but this whole thing kind of started with a 311 complaint. The reason why I bring that up is because I know sometimes citizens feel as though officers are, I don't know, picking on them or somehow being unfair in the way that they're choosing to, what vehicles to tow, particularly in these residential areas. But what I found, at least in my time on the board, is that a lot of times these kind of actions are started by concerned other citizens, right? When there are vehicles that are abandoned or have just been on the street for a while. This one was parked on the sidewalk, so it was definitely impeding the path of people who, would want to walk and enjoy their neighborhood, things like that. So this isn't just, some officer who decided, hey, I'm going to tow this car because I see it. Not that that would have been, legally wrong. But that's just not what happened here. So I just thought it was worth bringing up in this case. But yeah, with that, does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll do it.
All right, Member Willis.
Regarding case 2026-0012, allegation A, unprofessional conduct regarding PO Robert Mason, badge number 1980. I'm making a motion that we find this unfounded based on the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage. Written report establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur and that the officer did act sufficiently within Manual Rule 5.01. Motion of unfounded.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded for allegation A. Can I get a second?
I second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
Okay, same case number 2026-0012. Allegation B regarding same officer, PO Robert Mason, badge number 1980. I'm making allegation B improper tow. I'm making a motion that we also find this unfounded due to the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage and interviews. Written reports established that the alleged conduct did not occur and the officer did act within GPO 6.03.01. Again, I'm making a motion that we find this unfounded.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for unfounded for allegation B. Can I get a second?
Second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, I believe that concludes our case presentations today, right? Okay, so it is only 11:04. So what I am going to do is I'm going to move us into executive session. If board members need to take a short break, then we can take a short break and have everyone back in at 11:10. 11:10, so just a 5-minute break just for bathroom, or stretch or whatever you need to do. But we won't break for lunch yet. So with that, I move for an executive session for personnel, employment, and discipline matters to be considered. And I also would like to include interim administrator Michael Hess, general manager Jessica Watson, and our council. I don't think I need to include you in the motion. I think you're allowed in, but just in case not, our council Dahlia Open. And is there anyone else that I should include? I don't think so. Yeah, I think we're good. Yep, that's it. So motion to go into executive session. We need a roll call vote. Brandon Brown, yes. Diana Saganovich,
Yes.
Dave Gatton. Yeah. Stenoa Miller,
Yes.
Edwin Moore,
Yes.
Glenn Parker III,
Yes.
Billy Sharp,
Yeah.
Beverly Willis.
Yes.
All right, that motion carries. We will now go into executive session. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Hopefully not that long. I'm not saying that because I expect it to be like super long. I just honestly don't know. I don't think it's gonna be terribly long though.
No, one time I said it was gonna be. I think last time I said it was like, no, it's gonna be.
You wasn't lying that time.
Yeah, I wasn't. No, I can usually try it. But this one, I'm not totally sure.
So, hey, Mike, I got a question for you. I don't know if you're the right person. Regarding protocol at the door downstairs.
Yeah.
Question one is, can we get our badges to work? And question two, even if it doesn't work when we swap
Welcome back. We are on the record. Thank you everyone for your patience. Okay, we are going to begin with a couple well, let me make sure let's stick with the agenda. We'll actually go to our OPS status report. So, Interim Administrator Hess, you wanna go ahead with that?
Yeah, so April numbers, during the month of April, OPS received 18 new complaints, 0 of which have been administratively dismissed. So I think that is going to put the board's backlog down to 130 based on the cases that we were able to complete today, which is pretty good progress.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, more work for us, but I'm always happy to. The interesting thing about this is, think about when you get complaints coming in, it means that people are still using the system, which means to some degree people are still. I think trust in talking about the city's like community relationship with police oversight might be strong, but I do think people are still hopeful that it can work, and so people still use it. So thank you. Okay. Anything else on that front?
Unless you guys have anything specific you'd like to learn about.
One thing I will say is that we did have a lot of bridged reports today, which I don't have a problem with. This is more so me speaking to the public, or if people watch our meetings and wonder why we didn't have like a ton of deliberation today. We seem to kind of blow through the cases. A lot of these cases were what we call a bridge, which means that they can be adjudicated primarily based on something simple like WCS footage, or sometimes we don't get calls back from complainants and things like that. So we can't really do full-fledged investigations, or we don't have to, right? And if somebody is making a complaint that an officer said A, B, and C, and we can look at the body cam footage and see that A, B, and C was never said, and the body cam footage, it covers the entirety of the interaction, then that will kind of conclude what it is. And as a board, we review the body cam footage and we review the case file. And so from there, sometimes we get here, we don't have a whole lot to talk about on a specific case. So I know I've said this before, I'll probably say it again, but I just know sometimes how that could come off when we're just flying through cases and we're not deliberating. And I don't want people to think that it's because we haven't spent the requisite time with their case, because that's important. If people feel like we're not doing our job, then the purpose of our position is lost. Okay. Anything else? Anybody else want to talk, respond to the status report before we move on? Okay, hearing none, we'll now move into old business with an OPS administrator update. As we have said before, we had 176 applications. We had narrowed it down to a few, and then 2. And so after much deliberation and just making sure that we have all our T's crossed and I's dotted on the application process, we are now prepared to make a vote for our next permanent OPS administrator. Okay. Feel free to let me know if you don't remember these numbers for board members. Again, for those who are watching, whenever we make our hires, not just for this position, we use the application numbers with respect for applicants. Obviously, if they accept their positions, then they're going to be known anyway. But we like to keep that process the same way that we do with any discipline that is levied as far as for internally with OPS. While this board is required to make its decisions publicly, we strongly believe that personnel matters are should not completely be something that applicants and things like that have to subject themselves to the public eye in the same way. So with that, I am going to move that we hire applicant number 144-55639 conditionally, I guess based on the condition of or pending background check, other those HR matters that need to be cleared, and that we hire them within the pay band of the position of OPS administrator. Is that good? Is that fine? Rather, okay. Does anyone need reference for who we're talking about? Okay. So again, my motion is for applicant 144-55639. That good? Everybody know? Okay. 144-55639 for the position of OPS administrator. Can I get a second? We have a second from member Gatton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Nay.
We need a hand.
Okay, no, we're gonna roll call. It's that important. Okay. Actually, Delicia, can you do me a favor? Or actually, I guess one of you guys can do it. Can somebody just tally for me? Because I'm just gonna run down these names. Okay. Brandon Brown, nay. Diana Saganovich,
Nay.
David Gatton,
Yes.
Edwin Moore, yes. Glenn Parker,
Nay.
Billy Sharp,
Nay.
Waverly Willis.
Yes.
Okay. What's the count?
4 noes
3.
and 3 yeses.
Okay. The motion fails. And so that motion fails. So from there, we'll make another motion. Now I move that we hire applicant number 392-98844. Conditional upon background check and other HR matters clearing within the pay band of the OPS administrator position for the OPS administrator position. If I didn't say that.
Second.
Oh, no, it's okay. I think we get it. Seconded by member Sharp. I'm going to do another.
Okay.
Just to make sure. Brandon Brown, aye.
No. Brendan Brown.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
That's saying you here.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Goodness gracious.
Goodness gracious, it's technical.
Brandon Brown, yes. Diana Saganovich.
Yes.
David Gatton.
Yeah.
Edwin Moore.
Yes.
Glenn Parker III.
Yes.
Billy Sharp.
Yes.
Waverly Willis.
Yes.
All right, that motion carries. So we will make contact with
Chair,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
I think it might be appropriate that we have another vote in the event that the applicant number that we just voted for passes,
Yes.
whether or not we would approve an offer for the second in that eventuality.
Yes. So you're saying now you want us to make a vote to automatically have that be, or are you saying we should reconvene for another vote?
Saying that we have a vote right now.
And it would basically, so we wouldn't, are we allowed to do that? Can we say, hey, in the event that this applicant passes, this is the applicant that we're hiring?
I believe so.
Okay, how about this? Let's do it. And if we find out that's not a thing, then we'll have to reconvene. How's that sound? Okay. I think that's a good point though. Okay. So with that, I will now make the motion that in the event that applicant 392-98844 cannot or does not accept the position of OPS administrator, then we will hire applicant 144-5639 as in the position of OPS administrator, conditional upon their passing of the background check and other HR matters, and that position will be paid within the pay band of the OPS administrative position.
I second that motion.
Seconded by member Moore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. I appreciate that, Dave, because I do think it's worth highlighting that we have two absolutely outstanding applicants. And that one of the reasons that, this is one of we spent a considerable amount of time discussing both of these candidates, and I wouldn't want any of our votes to in any way make it seem as though that was not the case, that we didn't have two outstanding applicants. And so with that, I don't know if there's any housekeeping things that we should establish now, Dahlia or Jessica. We can coordinate reaching out to them after the meeting to figure out exactly how we want to do that. Dave, I know you've been in kind of primary contact, so that may be the best option, but that's something that we could talk about.
Yeah, I think that.
This meeting. And we'll go forward with that. Is there anything else? Yeah. Yes.
Okay, for the first motion, I had 4 no. Who were no? Brown?
Bogdanovich?
Parker?
Yeah, correct. Yes. Yep. No problem. Any other housekeeping things that we need votes on right now in order for us to proceed? Do we need to vote on anything with Mike's interim role or anything like that? I don't know if there's anything no. Okay, Jessica, is there anything you need from us vote wise to start kind of moving along with that process? Yeah, and Jessica, you'd be the one to handle the onboarding stuff. Yep. Okay. Just want to make sure. Okay. Good. I also want to say thank you to the board for undertaking this search. It's certainly been a lot. I also want to give a special thanks and shout out to member David Gatton, who really spearheaded this, put this thing together, put the wheels on it, pushed us, nudged us when we needed to, kick us in the butt when we needed to. I really do appreciate you. It was great to not have that. It was something that I could really be confident that you were handling, and it wasn't something that I or Ken had to deal with in that way. Yeah, so I appreciate you, and I'm confident. We really were left with no bad choices, honestly, out of these last two. So with that, we look forward to moving forward, continuing to build. With OPS. And with that, the agenda's not done. We're not done. Welcome to my reign of terror. We're not done. I don't think we have any other additional OPS staff matters. We have some other discussion. I think there's anything that we need to discuss in the open. Yeah. So, again, just for people watching at home, there are employee matters that we discuss in executive session that we do not discuss here. But sometimes they require board action, which does require us to speak. But this time it does not. Okay. Moving into new business. OPS complaint system. So this was brought to my attention recently about, I guess the question is, how do members of the public go about making complaints as it relates to office, if somebody wants to do that, or I guess with the Office of Professional Standards, someone wanted to lodge a formal complaint against, say, one of our investigators or against Mike on his way out. What happens there? And I guess I'm really not. I mean, do you have suggestions, or that was just like a genuine question to us? Is this something that we could establish? I mean, I imagine that, I mean, so technically we are the managerial body. So from that perspective, maybe go ahead, Diana. I don't.
So I was asking earlier for the staff, like, what's the normal process with anybody that complains about somebody in a department?
Right.
And so that, I think the normal process would be it goes to a supervisor or the director.
Mm.
And they try to solve it. And if they can't solve it, then it goes to the next authority. So
Mhm.
I think our process should be, any complaints should go to either the senior investigator or the general manager first, and then to the administrator.
Mhm.
And then if they can't resolve it, then it comes to the board, because we're the ultimate.
Yep. That makes sense to me. And I think it matches what happens in other departments, which is what I think we've been trying to do, is try to make sure that we're not operating totally different, even though obviously our structure is a little bit different. Yeah, that makes total sense to me. So, you know, for the public, we also have an office of the Inspector General, who is generally around to handle issues that people see with areas of public safety, or areas of police oversight. Yeah, I mean, I think there are obviously lots of discussions that happen about who has power over whom, and I'm not necessarily speaking on that, but I do understand that the Office of Inspector General is also one that should be seen as a resource for the community if they have issues with ongoing city departments. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Okay. That makes sense. Does that give you guys some clarity if you needed it? Okay, good. Okay. The last thing on our agenda is public comment. Again, this is something that we discussed at our last meeting, that it'd be good to include public comment at the end of the meeting as well as the beginning of the meeting. Just in case someone has, you know, response to something that occurs in the meeting, or someone just can't make the 9 o'clock slot. And so this gives another time slot that is, you know, very different of the day. So do we have anyone here for the comment? No. Okay. I don't see anybody, but just never know. I didn't know if maybe Mike or Dahlia might have something to say. I don't know. With that, is there any other business that the board would like to conduct? Is there anything that anyone else here thinks we need to cover before we leave?
Chair, I'd like to entertain a motion to dismiss or to adjourn, I'm sorry.
There is a motion to adjourn on the floor.
I second that motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, we are now adjourned at 2:14 p.m. Thank you.